sheriff said that nobody can do that.
Oh, I think you can't use
But if someone goes back there and I don't see it. This is what I'm going to say applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred, arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. All right. I understand that there's an issue of an exhibit that the defense wants to use. I saw an email exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll address it. So it's not a new exhibit, there's no new video. So yesterday, Detective Flores testified regarding the sequence surveillance video, which is it's a compilation of the video from 6200 Optimus Boulevard, the sound portion of that, overlapped on the video of 1616 East of Del Mar. A video that we've had before, it was overlapped. And he described the process yesterday, testifying that when it was done, like, we were under the impression we were informed that this detective did it. On the stand, he testified that he did not, and that it was sort of a rough approximation by hand in terms of how it was compiled. Given that, in his testimony that if we're off slightly, it would affect the sequence video. Last night, we used the same methodology that he described, did it ourselves, the same video that was provided by the prosecution, and with that compilation, once it was completed, we immediately sent it to the prosecution. We can lay a foundation for that. We'll do so through witness testimony. Interestingly, although the prosecution says that they complained about potential foundation, they were playing their sequence video to Mr. Ephron without laying a foundation for it. They introduced it with the detective yesterday, who was not the person who created it, in an effort to try to lay a foundation for it. We'll actually lay a foundation. How? We can have a witness who can testify to the events that are depicted on the video and ask him, is what you're seeing and what you're hearing a true and accurate representation of what occurred in the moment? That's enough for a foundation. There's two ways to lay a foundation, Your Honor, I'm sure, as aware from the report. One is the person who operated the equipment to say that it works, it functions, to describe all that. Or to have the individual who's captured, or an individual who's captured in the video, just say that yes, that truly and accurately reflects what occurred. Do you have the video? We do.
Can you put it up?
Sure.
And you say you just created this yesterday?
Yeah. Yes.
This was after the testimony.
Let us know when you're ready to hear from us.
Oh, I will. Is this impeaching the detective?
No.
Or, I have it on my screen. It's
Okay.
very, very blurry.
Yes, that's the video.
Is that the video?
All right, we're playing now.
That's it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything you want to add? Because then I'm going to listen to the, Mr. Lewin or Mr. Ulanga. You? All right, then I'm going to I'll make a ruling. Once I make the ruling, that's the ruling. There's not going to be any further input from anybody. Did you want to say anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the floor is yours.
Two issues. First issue is that the defense are repeatedly asked, if they had any real evidence they wanted that. They just said this is not impeachment, but it's even more than that. Unlike their witnesses, they have had access to the detectives in this case, to the video which they have had for a considerable period of time. And if they believe that there was an issue, they had an obligation to figure out what they wanted to do and to comply with 1054. But here's the bigger problem, Your Honor, and where I'm absolutely mystified. The defense in this case, and this figures into 352, the defense in this case is that it is improper. According to the 12E's offer of proof, and according to the evidence that the open statement of Ms. Tacopina, the defense is they're not disputing it's watching the video, they're not disputing that it happened, they're not disputing that he fired, they are simply saying it was a problem. So the second problem is, by introducing this, what it appears to be is an attempt to basically mislead the jury as to what the issue is in the case. So in other words, at this late date, apparently they want to put on evidence to show that the timing of the shots doesn't match up. We've had no opportunity to review what they've done. We've had no opportunity to go back and see if it's legitimate. But the two reasons why it doesn't work is it's real evidence. This did not come up because the officer testified. Had they wanted to flesh out this information, they had opportunities to prelim, they could have contacted the detective himself. There has been, as the court is aware, at no point in time, any officers, any expert refused to speak with them. So what happened is they saw the detective's testimony, decided that they wanted to introduce some evidence that they think is going to assist them. But in the end, Your Honor, even if the court said, you know what, it's timely, it's not. Even if the court said it was timely, under 352, Your Honor, the introduction of this evidence, the time delay, but more than that, the confusion of issues that are material to the case would tend to confuse this jury. Submit.
If I may just-
No.
We've got one.
No. All right, first of all, the video was created as a result of testimony yesterday. I don't find that there's any violation of 1054.3. This is the way I view it. If the defense can show by competent evidence, sorry, if the defense can lay a foundation for the video, then they are entitled to show by competent evidence of their belief of the sequence of events. They're entitled to do that. That's part of the defense. If the prosecution disagrees with it, if they think it's inaccurate, they can present another version in its rebuttal case. So the ruling is it can be shown. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's have. You have your witness here? All right, let's bring them in.
So that'll be big. Mark, should we bring in the witness or wait for the jury?
That's the courtroom.
Well,
Isn't that the only way he's gonna come into the courtroom?
That's funny, Your Honor, that's very funny. I meant, we wait for the jury, you want me to put them up there before they put it.
Oh, good point.
Thank you. That's all right, it's all right, it's early, it's early.
I guess we do need the jury.
That's all.
All right, let's turn to the jury first. Anybody curious? Yes. Let me ask you something at the sidebar, not in the record. Indicated yesterday that there are no more prosecution witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor, the people rest, and the people would ask, or sorry, the people would ask to move our exhibits into evidence.
It's 1 through 43.
Correct.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, peoples 1 through 43 are admitted to the jury's consideration. The rest,
People rest.
the case is back with defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Mayers calls Jamel Phillips, also known as Relli.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause and outfit before this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat over here. Stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone there neatly and state and spell your name for the record.
Jamel Phillips, JAMELPHILLIPS.
Thank you.
So loud, but that's okay. Yes. Got that, yeah. Sorry. There you go. How about this? This one's for you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips. You go by any other names and Jamel Phillips?
Yes,
Go ahead.
ASAP 12.
So you're 12.
Yes.
I can't. Or adjust the microphone.
What are we doing wrong? Sorry.
It's a bit on the loud side.
Yeah, it's not that one. All right, let's try that.
Okay, try it again.
ASAP 12.
Better? You don't have to jump into that mic.
And there, and there.
And is ASAP 12 your stage name?
Yes, it is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a musician, a designer, a model. I have a brand called My Last Year Being Broken.
That shit being broke.
Yes.
And what is that brand?
My Last Year Being Broke is a mantra like ASAP. So it's a program like a Big Brother program. We mentor kids.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Straight.
We mentor kids. We have back to school drives, studio sessions. I'm trying to get the studio sessions under insurance because to me, music is like medicine. Also, I sell apparel. I have therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from an inguinal hernia surgery. And I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slide, is that like a slipper or something?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those, or in some instances donate them?
Objection, relevance, over 352 as well.
Overruled.
And so aside from music, clothes, we fill other program and the therapeutic slide, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music's concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Where do you live?
I live in New York,
Okay. What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up between Harlem and the Bronx.
Do you know where Rakim is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know by any other names?
ASAP Rock.
And you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was about 15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know, before we turned ASAP. There's some other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met him.
And how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He was only like a couple of months older than me.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
In New York, at MLK High.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, of women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, you know, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes,
Would you consider him a good friend today?
yes.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Games, he had us as artists of the label, you know. So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, you know, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future, and yeah, just built a great bond.
And at that point, did you start seeing Rocky more often?
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem in the Bronx. See him often.
Was there a point in time when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So in 2011, when Rocky first got signed, he moved all the artists and his friends of the ASAP Collective to an apartment on 57th Street in New York City. It was a small apartment. We was in there like 20, like a group of 20 people. And to me, that was it was like it was great to see that somebody
Sustain.
How about this ASAP Illz? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what he did.
ASAP Illz, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
There came a point in time where Rocky sort of hit it big.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he
Judge Terell, is that group too? Mr. Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer anything.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then I'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
Go ahead.
By the way, I assume this is your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Yes.
Relevance overall.
Correct.
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities for Rocky?
Objection 352 overall.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists in ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17, you feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, I guess his hype man on tour. And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you said the words hate man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the jury, what's a hate man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12B on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn the role, learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show, you know, and keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high, yeah.
When did you start doing that hate man program?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until roughly?
Till about 2016.
And what did you do after that? You yourself, 12 years.
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers, you feel me? So I branched off to do a solo tour. And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia. And I couldn't be Rocky hype man anymore, and I had to slow down from traveling for a little while.
What year was that roughly?
That was 2016.
And there's no point in time where you moved to California with Rocky.
Yes.
When was that?
We moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So in 2012, and then again in 2022, during COVID.
How about in 2020? We living with Rocky in 2020?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA, yes.
In 2020.
2020.
And Rocky helped your career at that point at all? 2020.
Yes. And 2020, he helped me get out my Sony deal.
Okay. out of your Sony deal?
Yes,
Okay. So you had a Sony deal
I had a Sony deal, and he helped me get out of it.
out of it, so.
Yeah,
For whatever reason, you don't get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you, Sony deal, and Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
yes.
Did at some point in time, you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 18 or so, you feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12, like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky was building his label, but he was also signing other artists, you feel me? So I just felt the need to just work on my own career.
So you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
So you moved to California twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a bond.
Do you know someone by the name of Terell?
Yes, I do.
And do you know him by any other names?
Yes. ASAP Relli.
And how'd you meet him?
I met ASAP Relli through the ASAP Collective, We all grew up together. We all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym, you know what I mean? It was a brother.
And roughly, you know roughly what year you met him?
I met him around the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us the story of what your relationship with Relli was like.
I had a good relationship with Relli. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the ASAP Collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
At that time, the early years, what was your inherent relationship with Rocky and Relli? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, but when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport, and from there we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in like New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to deal with Relli at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relli?
Last time I saw Relli was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside.
This one, bro.
You aren't just impeachment? I think approach you like. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes.
Continue.
Yes.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is like the same neighborhood we would work out in. So we were known to see each other. But this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading I think Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Yes, relevance to what you read. You're right, but go ahead.
So I'm reading a book, and I see somebody like walking towards me. So at first, like I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him, and then like I catch him say something about you, like Rocky did bad by that team.
Your Honor, we need to approach on the,
You've established, let's go on to something else.
Your Honor, that's an issue we do need to approach. I can't express this on the record.
I'll move on to one.
Your Honor, there was an applicant.
It was on.
I want to make sure.
The question is stricken. If there was an answer, it is stricken. Collection of the top.
Are you aware, whether or not Rocky had been the victim of prior violence?
Yes,
You have personal knowledge of that?
yes.
Okay. Tell us about the first instance you're aware of that you have personal knowledge of that you saw.
Well, and,
Your Honor, same issue, no discovery in this area.
Not sure, Your Honor. Why he was carrying that weapon. No, that's not a reported statement, but their police reports are not so.
It's there. It's in the summary. Overall,
Okay. 2018, you said?
good line down.
yes.
Go ahead, tell us about that incident.
In 2018, I'm not too sure what club it was, but we was in a club having a good time, and a brawl broke out in the club.
Objection, that we have.
Overall,
A brawl broke out in the club, and we got jumped, and we both ended up cut inside the club.
And when you say both, yourself?
Yes, I got stabbed, and ASAP Rocky got stabbed as well.
Okay. How about another instance that you were personally aware of or saw yourself?
But several times I would be at his crib in LA, and the stalker would his house. I would pull up to his house in LA when I was staying there, and several times while I was staying there, stalkers would pull up to his crib.
And you saw that?
Yes.
And do you remember what years that was roughly?
That was 2020 and 2021.
And were you there when there were any home invasions?
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also.
sustained. Move on to another topic. We established what you intended.
Yes, sir.
Motion to strike the answer that's given.
You sustained, Your Honor. I mean, this one was sustained.
There was an answer, or the question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop, like a starter pistol, like a prop. That's a good thing.
Okay. And how do you know he had a problem?
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his like body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
Okay. And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay. Who else was in the video?
Me, myself, Rocky, AP Illz, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene. Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having like it was like a mini movie, you know. So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
Yes.
did Rocky do anything with any of those problems?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing him again with a prop. September of this year.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Not responsive.
Okay. After the video shoot, did you see him with a prop gun again?
Yes,
When?
in September
Of what year?
2021
Where?
in Harlem.
For what?
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me.
And
And
did you always say,
oh no, he contacted me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
He contacted me to see where I was at, and I was uptown getting some food on 143rd and Lenox. And we met up. It was like a block party in Christian on the same street. So Christian Street, we went to eat in the park. And I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white t-shirt. And I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from a B&B.
He told you what's problem.
Yes.
Sir,
Motion to strike is hearsay if the defendant says.
Stay.
how about, in California, did you see that property in California?
Yes.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery.
You could, I mean,
Okay, so when I came back to California for I think it was a complex con event, that week we would like work out early in the morning. We go for bike rides around his area, and this is still like COVID area, so he didn't have security, and that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down, he would have the problem.
and that again, what, that was September 2021.
September 2021.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with STAR pistols or pop guns or weapons guns?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have familiarity?
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, you know, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
You know, in particular, one music video that you use pop guns in?
For my music video, oh, yes.
What's the name of that?
It's called Escape.
So, according to you, you saw Rocky before November 6th with the prop gun 3 times.
Yes,
The NB video,
yes.
the time in Harlem
In Harlem,
in September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
yes.
When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so he could secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021,
Yes.
first 2 days.
First you did yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the complex con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around I think 5 or 6 o'clock we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The ASAP Collective, from what I remember, we, Rocky, Illz, Lou, you know, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the collective. It was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love ASAP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID. So it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, ASAP Lou is he's a member of the collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see ASAP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
Anything after yes is stricken. So the answer is yes, you did.
I'm sorry about that. Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
yes,
Objection, no discovery.
so Lou, he also works, you know, as a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky
Objection,
performed the
also
set.
speculation.
Stay.
Motion to strike the answer. Yes.
What did you see? Well, yes,
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop,
which one?
the same prop that I seen in New York.
With Velvet,
Yes,
with that sort of structure magazine extender.
yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular?
Objection, that's been called for speculation. The end of your says.
All right. Let's direct you, by the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun, sort of, is the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
And you've seen it used in,
Yeah, and, my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right, I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2021. On that day, were you with Rocky doing an altercation with Relli?
Yes,
Who else was with you?
ASAP Illz,
And ASAP Illz is other name, his real name is,
Illijah Ulanga.
can you tell us what happened from the beginning of that day?
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because I'm on stage with Rocky, I see him kind of like dealing with something on his phone. And he kind of put me onto it. Relli was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me? So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relli. I'm gonna go talk to Relli." You feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relli, text Relli, but Relli didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relli was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
This is the narrative. It's all dead. No discoveries.
Ask another question.
Okay. You remember if Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes,
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
just not the end of the conversation.
His end of it, his part.
Oh yes,
What he was
yes.
saying. Okay. And did that have to do with bad mouthing Relli or Relli bad mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relli was bad mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's been called for your motion to strike. And also no discovery.
You are. Going for the speaking of it,
No.
okay, that's the approach.
No.
All right. So. Who was Josh?
Josh,
Objection, relevance, over 52.
Josh is ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2021.
Who paid for Josh's funeral expenses?
Objection, relevance in 352. This is 10.
Do you know of a dispute between Relli and Rocky about the paying of Josh's funeral?
Objection, relevance in 352.
Yes,
Okay.
I guess
No,
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes,
Yes, good.
answer the question.
and what do you know about the dispute?
Objection, that's going to call for a narrative.
He's aware of the dispute.
Now, the next day was complex time, you said?
yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relli
Yes, he did.
clearly there before complex time?
Yes, he did.
And at complex time, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And why was that an important date? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP Collective signed.
Did you, hear Rocky speaking to Relli that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone initially?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask you about the tenor of the conversation, you personally, did you try to reach out to Relli that night, November 6th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try to do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did he ever respond to that?
No.
Okay, you heard the judge describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the tenor of that conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation, the sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation.
Okay. From what I recall, I feel like it was like a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like in the conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from complex, calm. We got a big show. He was in a good mood. You feel me?
It's not responsive.
No. Forget about this mood. This is my question again. I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It was on the phone. It was kind of happy. It was just more or less trying
All right,
to.
you can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now, was Rocky talking calm?
Yes.
What happened after the call?
Objection, call for narrative. Overruled.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So really, we was in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You still in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was complex call. We get out, believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in this car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last? Number 3.
Okay, Rocky, then Illz, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Illz walk slightly behind him, and I seen Relli coming down there.
And when you saw Relli coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So as I'm looking up, I just see like Relli coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep in his step.
And did there come a point in time where Relli and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when they met?
Well, as soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like Relli just grabbed Rocky. It's just off as soon as he seen him, just grabbed him.
Okay. And what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relli's a big dude, you know, Relli big. So he's kind of like grabbing him and shaking him. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relli was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hoodie.
Now, at one point, we'll just play that video. We have that. We'll show you a video from that garage encounter on Argyle Street on November 6th, 2020.
Is this the one that,
This is.
oh, E.
E. Is that an E? No, it's not E. M, as in Mary?
Yes.
M as in Mary.
Paul, like this.
There's a power button on the side.
My side?
Yeah, just at the top.
So you could look at that little screen over right behind you, is it sort of video on? You can see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it. Okay, just keep that there, I might need to refer back to it. Keep from that, obviously, it's just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relli is holding Relli going backwards that way. What did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him anyway. But
You
there's
say
Speculation, that's been called for speculation as to why.
The answer is, remains as is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen really like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes were only supposed to have a conversation. You know, I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yeah.
You're wearing that red jacket? Is that right?
Yes.
One point, is that Illz who gets in the middle?
Yes.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his problem.
Okay. And tell us how it came out that he's still holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relli's a big dude and Relli was
She actually wrote
Stay, stay,
responses.
stay.
The court instructed the witness to answer only when asked.
It's ironic.
Ask the question again.
So. Sure, I'll ask it a different way.
Ask him what he saw, ask him what he saw.
Just,
as I said, I seen Relli grabbing Rocky, almost picked him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling.
it's me.
The Rocky pants started falling. You know, so
And you see that in the video there?
yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please. Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. When we come back from that. You see Rocky's pants down there?
His sleeve.
Sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower than they're supposed to be, and then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the belt.
Which hand was he holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky left or right?
He's a right.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also, I was trying to tell Rocky to go. Like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relli's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Well, because, for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they were going to have a conversation, and Relli was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like, we all friends.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is strict.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Relli,
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that out there? Just a prop on a view at Relli at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
Did you ever see Rocky press a gun, prop gun that he described here against Relli's stomach to point at his head or chest?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
When Rocky pulled out that starter pistol, did Relli say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
He told him to shoot that fake ass gun.
And how, and you heard that clearly?
Yes.
And how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast. Pretty fast.
After it was over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away, what did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay, maybe we should put the map up real quick. Keep it in the five. I'm gonna put, Mr. Troll, Mr. Phillips, I'm gonna put the map up here so you can help act on it. People stoop, gonna put up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yeah.
That's Argyle Avenue, that's where that parking lot was, parking, arrow parking, right there, you see that? Right there. Yeah, there's a point or something, I think, so. Yeah, use that thing. Just go up there. In that one.
Yeah.
Just do like this. Here's Argyle, here's the parking lot, right?
Okay.
And then here's Selma, right? And then, here it is, thank you. Here's Selma, so just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma, which direction they're going here.
Mr. Tacopina, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay, so, sure.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom for 5 minutes after. we're back on the record, everyone is present. Tacopina, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. They told me you were at the point where you would sort of push Rocky, don't believe, and I think that you said the three of you started making your way away from Argyle. Point on the map up there with the pointer, which direction you really headed.
So, I believe he started coming down this way.
The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left off the Selma end, correct?
Yes.
Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, the one in the garage, did you display a knife?
No.
You turn around.
Turn around this way. Okay.
Were you carrying a knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video, you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet.
So right there.
And where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on Relli.
All right, so after the parking lot and you start walking, I'm sorry. You did that after, yeah. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle and then we make the left on Southern.
Okay. And then, you see that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's Vista Del Mar, then you make the left onto there, correct?
Yes.
After you left the parking lot, parking garage, I'm sorry, tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
this parking garage, it's really fast, but Relli and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation where they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky like, yo, we out. Also telling Illijah, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're out.
We are out.
We are out. Okay, I'm sorry. This is how I feel. All right, so I'm telling them like, let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner, and as we turn in the corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relli is still following us.
And was he following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Okay. How did he sound?
He sounded angry, you know? He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first once he turned the corner. So Rocky was already up. Really. So it's me and Illz in the back. Relli starts yelling, Illz, you a crackhead. 12 you live in the projects. He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends, so it's like,
Is there a question, gentlemen?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for a narrative. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? Sure.
yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Illz, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you.
Did you personally say anything to Relli?
Excuse my French, yo,
Most
Rocky.
strike everything after no is non-responsive.
What was Rocky doing?
Rocky was turning the corner trying to leave.
And after you, all three of you turned the corner on Selma, did you turn the corner on to Selma right there, that little street?
Yes.
Okay. On the left there, there's a vacant lot, it's a parking lot, so, remember that?
Oh, right here, yes.
Did you personally say anything to Relli while he was following? By the way, just let me withdraw, let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around, including to East Del Mar?
Yes, he did.
Objection to the phrase follow.
Yes, he did follow us.
Okay. Did you say anything to Relli while he was following you?
I told him, excuse my French, to get the fuck out of here.
How did Relli's words and actions that you described them make you feel?
Being that this is a friend of mine, I felt defended.
Objection relevance, sustain. Motion to strike is non-responsive. Motion to strike means you're not going to court.
The answer is stricken, the question is stricken. That's one of the questions.
Did you feel threatened by Relli?
Yes, indeed.
It is.
Okay, then, how did you feel by Relli's actions?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
So at first I was surprised because this is a friend of mine. This is a friend that I've known the past 15, 20 years.
Objection, that's non-responsive.
You can
Everything after surprise, Your Honor, would be non-responsive.
you can continue.
Thank you. But yeah, like I didn't see this occurring. I didn't understand why his energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection again, it's non-responsive. Overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened. Yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relli was about to get into a fight?
Objection, it's called for speculation. It's also
Sustain.
belief.
By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relli.
Objection relevance. Overruled.
That year I worked out with Relli a few times, so I knew Relli was stronger than me. And I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the
The answer
position,
is stricken.
okay, were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
no,
Why not?
because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and East Del Mar?
Well, as we get to the corner, like as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there, I'm in the middle and Illz in the back. So Illz is trying to calm Relli down, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Relli hit Illz.
How many times did you see him there?
I see him hit at least like twice. At least 2 times a year, twice.
And after Relli hit Ills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
After the second hit,
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relli hit Illz again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relli off. It didn't scare Relli off. Relli was still hitting Illz.
did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything,
Did you see the second shot?
no.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relli came after you at one point?
Yes.
We'll save that for this, I'm sure your video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, we out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Illz. He kind of wanted to like go help Illz, but I'm like,
Objection not to the call for
Sustained about, sustained about what, Rakim wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
So that answer again, about what Rocky wanted to do. Got the question right back, please?
We'll save that for later. We'll save that. I'm going to show you a video later. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay. Is that the last one?
No.
Okay, please.
Angela went to him and grabbed him, pushed him to the opposite direction and to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, get out of here. The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Okay. That's the question.
Yes.
And did he go?
yeah, he went.
Okay. And after he went, what did you do?
So after he went, and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I gotta go handle the Rel situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turned around, I see like Relli hit Illz again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then once I seen that, I seen Illz like get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
So you said you saw Relli hit Ills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
Now, did we show you the defense show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night of November 6, 2020?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
Okay. And when do you see that in relation to Relli punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did you, what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's gonna call for hearsay and speculation.
Here's sustained. After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Relli stop?
No, he didn't.
All right, we're gonna play that video. The video, I'm gonna play it through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the Mark video, one we discussed this morning.
All right, so this is
Defense.
additional defenses.
Before the play over.
And we're gonna.
Okay. Now, sir, what I'm gonna do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm gonna ask, I know it's spring. I'd like you to look at this video, we'll play it straight through the first time, okay?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna, after you watch it, I'm gonna ask you a question, and then we're gonna go back to the beginning, okay? All right, it's not that long, go ahead. Mr. Phillips, does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021 of this film?
Yes.
Okay, now that the tape began, this time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seeing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see it on your little thing?
It's not.
I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but. You know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. Unless the judge up here. Judge here. That is the judge and the lawyer. Yeah, sorry. We'll do it this one, okay? It says no signal. Check cable connection.
The only thing I ever do on is push the power button. If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
Of course. Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate the video. We're not gonna stop it, play it through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop it. I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time. And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you still see my red jacket, you see the Ills in the back, right?
Can you point to the screen behind
Yeah.
you to the people that you're referring to?
All right, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's gone. That's me behind him, and then that's Ills. So we already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relli just swings on Ills. So once he swings on Ills a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit Ills. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relli off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relli off. And then it stopped.
Okay. We're gonna play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing it, okay? So you can take your time and point. So, go ahead.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay,
You see, he's already leaving.
okay,
Then that's me.
okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt, right?
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie was, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So is the four of you in that shot right there?
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relli right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relli attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. Where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? You see where the video shows that he fired from the air into the ground?
It was at the ground. I think it's at the ground. I can't really see the bag, whatever.
Okay. Now, so after that first shot, does Relli let go of Ills?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Now, go back a little bit. You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes,
You start at some point. Now, there's the first shot, and they're still in that screen right there, right?
yes.
At some point, you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Relli he was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, you see that in the video?
Yeah, instead of him hitting me, he hit Ills again.
Okay, now let's,
Motion to strike the last part is non-responsive. Question?
You see that in the video.
Yeah, so after he hit Ills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Ills again.
okay, hold on, let's play that part. We'll try to stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relli. You're very easy to point. We did a little point there.
So right here and right here, so we right next to each other.
And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes,
And then that,
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Relli at this point?
Relli is right here, still on top of Ills.
Okay. And you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relli's arm, and this is after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
You see Relli's arm cocking back. What do you see, Relli, if anything?
So after here, I see Relli just swinging on Ills. So at this point, he just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joe.
So right, he just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
No, stop it. At this point, both shots are already fired from the front. Right?
Yes,
Okay. You hear the car alarm going off?
yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the front were already fired, and Rocky is not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relli doing right there?
Relli is,
That's a leading question, and it's already minted as well.
Relli is still, he's still attacking Ills.
But
But you see that he knocked Ills down on the flip.
okay, now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's you right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way. I'll go handle the situation with Relli, you know, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead, that's you.
Yes, we right here.
Where's Relli?
Relli and Ills is out back here.
That's Ills. And you see Relli?
Yeah, right there. He walked over here to hit Ills again, and then I guess.
Your Honor. The
Stated objection, do not make a speaking objection, just
Sue's back on it.
sustain.
Motion to strike the last part of the answer.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, yes. Okay, rewind it a little bit more. Now, right here, just let's freeze it right there. Describe what you see on the screen. Is that you in the red?
Please take for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't. 29 looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips. Tell us where you are.
That's me right here. That's Rocky leaving.
It indicates the record's clear. He's pointed to himself. We're looking at the screen. There are 4 people on the screen. He's indicated he is the second from the right. He's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said now, what happens if that you look back,
I look back to see what was going on with Ills and Relli.
and what did you see?
I see Relli hit Ills again.
Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relli in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's Relli right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Relli would be the second person from the left. And then Ills would then be the first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see, play.
See, he walks back.
No, there's no question.
What did you just see?
The internet.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relli.
He walked up, is that Argyle?
That's, or,
Yeah, so he walked back up Argyle.
no, that's Selma, I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Selma.
The Selma? Okay, we walked back up Selma.
Now, you can turn first and say, why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in in LA. This is during COVID, you know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the call alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding area. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he's at Rocky's very recognizable. Let's just get him out home.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
Only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, false speculation.
Saying about what Rocky did.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video,
Yeah,
down, he's still more.
yes. So he started going in the, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. That's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his leg.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relli and Ills,
Yes.
did you see Ills punching back to Relli?
No.
Okay. And was Relli controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relli was like fake bragging Ills on the floor. Like, Relli, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude, when there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
No, Your Honor. They asked it. I'm not going to
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
Was Relli, when you say rage, what does that mean? Relli was rage.
He was getting invested in Ills. He was beating Ills up.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180. But during the event, I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both those instances? The parking garage and the Stillmore?
Relli.
No, sir. more things, Mr. Phillips. Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No,
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
no,
You make any money from Rocky?
no,
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
yes,
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, we're in February 2020. We're in February, right? Now,
that's
the rumor. That's the rumor. We could be in June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025.
yes,
You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
yes,
And you said,
no,
before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
yes,
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
No, that's gonna call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear
no,
from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
The witness didn't answer the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to ask again.
Ever hear from them? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
no,
How many times did, when we need a collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay, when was the first time?
It was, August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was, last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No,
Ron, I have no further questions.
Do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I can get started. Do you consider yourself, what do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you
Mr. Phillips,
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, do you know what the word unbiased means?
yes,
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
yes,
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any
Don't
crime.
describe it, it's non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked. He asked you a yes or no question. Listen to the question again and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes,
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want to convict him?
Ron, object, like relation.
Overall.
well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes,
He gave you your start, correct?
he didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out?
Only because I felt as though it was.
Motion to strike, it's non-responsive.
You want to get out of that contract?
Yes,
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes,
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
yes,
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
yes,
Would you agree
that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to.
What's the ground?
Argument, it's all speculation.
Does, given what you said about the defendant's position of power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career tomorrow?
Objection, or it's the same question.
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes, and I think that is relevant to,
You know,
I think it's a fair question.
No, I don't believe that.
So as you sit here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying he would, he can make a couple of phone calls, and all of a sudden, you don't have the career chat right now, correct?
Objection to that.
As phrased, sustained.
Under what ground, John, was it? There's no ground.
Or cost respect, as phrased, the cost of speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, goes to
No,
his.
no, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power to significantly affect your career going forward?
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist and I could go by another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decide that they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
Well, no.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another topic.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to.
I want you to read to yourself, in the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from one, right here,
No, actually I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, from one, I'm sorry. Couldn't see that, that's the one.
do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh,
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you. Are you finished? That has been represented,
Sustained.
Mr. Phillips. Does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It's.
That's not a proper objection.
This
All right. That's one. Both of you.
You're on the grounds.
All right. 177.5. State the grounds. Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes,
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Tomorrow, objecting. Let's say it's Mr. Inc. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I want to speak. I don't know what to do. Just it's the same objections before. Reading, reading from
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not an
I'm
incident.
objecting. It's not what's the- I'm objecting. It's not.
Read it back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read it back. I might have missed something in the question.
So I just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to?
It's a
about the
summary.
defendant?
Of the estate.
So Your Honor, it's just a summary, I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
On this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away?
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relli and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I probably didn't. Because I had no.
Motion to strike, everything after no.
I wasn't.
Didn't say no. Objection. Didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making notes myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as the mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relli and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. Because I had no, in other words.
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having these prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what day?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Eleanor, and Chad.
And were they recording it?
No.
What was the answer?
No.
Did they write notes that you saw?
No notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement, is it accurate?
Not that I recall. No.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
You would agree that even as we speak now, that the defendant, who we call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you refer to as your brother?
Yes, you're actually like your blood brother that your parents birthed.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend to defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to who are non-family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as an example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for Relli anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Relli. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So is your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Yes, I do.
Did any of their ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype man?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as?
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as?
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
Oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his document.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see him talk to him?
So since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you indicate as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them.
Don't sit so close to the mic.
Okay. It's more or less have them feel like they're a part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
Yes.
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tacopina on direct examination. Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relli was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Sustained.
What was he saying?
Sustained. Argumentative, sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relli was a large muscular man when you weren't asked?
Objection, are we doing that? Same objection.
Well, the word repeatedly is argumentative.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relli was a larger, muscular man.
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
I was basically just giving a description of Relli. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relli, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked, is that correct?
Objection overruled.
Sustained. Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relli was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that? Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't like pull him back at anything, because he's stronger.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
That's the argument.
He hasn't finished the question.
I thought you did, sorry.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
You read it, objection.
Read the question back.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that we don't have any issues.
Kathy's gonna read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had a inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike, non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
Well, it's a summary, but what the court said was, quote, if there is one area that they cover that is not in this summary, then they're going to be concentrated.
What area, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, Your Honor, so
What area are you talking about?
there's nothing about any prior incidents involving the defendant being threatened. There was.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
It says, according to the summary, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. I believe that is sufficient.
Your Honor,
I believe that is sufficient notice of what he's going to say. Do you want to say anything else?
yeah, you're wrong. I need to say something else, Your Honor.
All right, say whatever you want to say.
So, Your Honor, there is no incident that is related here. So there is no way as a competent trial lawyer, when they give a generality and they simply say, and that's all we get, he was a victim of violence and home invasion, then the court believes that that is sufficient for their discovery obligation for him to now talk about specific incidents, which, by the way, he said he related to them. I'll be clear. They were given that information before. They
Mr. Gordon, you better tone it down some. Don't yell at me.
I'm not going to.
Oh, yes, you are. Tone it down.
They were given this information clearly during the interview they had with him. They did not turn it over. There is no way, how am I supposed to be able to cross-examine this witness when I'm ambushed with 3 incidents that I've never heard of?
All right,
before he
let me
takes-
hear from,
Your Honor, again, this is not a complete presentation, it's not a.
his position is, since it mentions 3 incidents, 3 specific incidents, but it's not in your summary.
Your Honor, right here, Rocky carried a starter pistol, prop security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. That's what he's known to.
His complaint is that it's not set forth the specific incidents.
It's a summary. That's what we stated, that's how we started this. And we talked about home invasions, which is what he spoke to.
Just so it's clear.
Reasonable minds can differ. I believe it's sufficient.
Your Honor, so,
If there was no mention of that, I would agree, in the summary, I would agree with you.
Your Honor, again, they have 12 bullet points here, nothing specific at all. Remember, Your Honor, they're not allowed to give me a quote summary. That's not what the code requires. The code requires them to give me what he said. So what they've done is they basically gave a summary where they left out any detail whatsoever. The court's aware of it. The court said.
I have.
So, Your Honor, how exactly am I supposed to cross-examine the witness when they are coming up with specific information that I'm supposed to have been given 30 days before trial, and I'm hearing about it as he's testifying, and I've raised the issue at least 10 different times. Your Honor, I predicted, I told the court on the record repeatedly, we have 12 bullet points for an hour's worth of interview. They're saying they didn't record it. They're saying that they didn't take any notes. They're saying that they didn't write anything down. That absolutely flies in the face of reality. I've done this job 30 years, you've done it even longer. There is no possible way that the defense did not cover these areas that they are asking them about in advance. The fact that they're not providing them, Your Honor, and that's just some of them. So now what I have to do, this also goes to, I can give the court 5 other examples from his direct evidence, direct testimony. But now what I have to do, Your Honor, is I have to basically go through and I have to now address to the witness, well, listen, you testified to so-and-so. Did you previously relate that information? He has now said that he did. He said, I told him that with respect to the 3 incidents. We don't have it. Your Honor, under 1054.3, that is as clear a violation as you can have. The court's position is going to be, well, they told you that there was an incident that he did it for security measures for violence and home invasion. Imagine if the discovery on our end, this prosecution was, hey, we're not going to tell you anything about the case, but someone got killed. You're not going to get you facts, but someone was shot. Your Honor, would we be taking the woodshed, which would be appropriate? So my problem is that
You would be taken to the woodshed if there was not a police report and that was not conveyed to the defense.
and we don't have any report, we don't have any tape, and it wasn't conveyed to us. So the problem, Your Honor, is I'm doing the best I can
Right.
to try and cross it, but then the court is also,
I've heard enough.
all right.
No, I don't need anything from you either. In my belief, this certainly could be more expansive, but I think it is sufficient. As far as you cross-examining, I'm not aware of anybody who can cross-examine better than you. I'm sure you can figure out a way to cross-examine him based on what is contained in this summary. We're off the record.
your testimony, am I correct? Your belief is there was more than 3, but you saw definite punches to Ill's face, correct?
Yes.
And were those closed fist punches?
I believe so, yeah.
And you have mentioned a few times that Relli is a very strong individual, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe it?
I know he was swinging at him, and Ills wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Ills was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his lip, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken, swollen, or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relli gave him was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Ills seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if as a result of being beaten like this, if Ills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Ills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's next in order, 44, would be the DVD, Your Honor. I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm going to ask you questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm going to freeze it.
Objection. Please show a.
This is just to show Ills the next step.
Yeah.
It's relevant for that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On,
The woman?
that's Rihanna.
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
Nah, I don't know.
Do you recognize the person on the left of Rihanna?
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet, but the person on the left, you're going to see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember. But that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Ills was wearing on November 7th?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or like all black people.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left. Stop, pause. Who's that?
It's AP Illz.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
I would object this focus.
Yes. Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips are, you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say he was bleeding from the lip. So I'm not too sure if it was a bottom, the inside, it's tooth. I'm not too sure how it.
So do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, if you really looking, his lip and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago when you were testifying that Ills didn't have any swelling on his face.
I'm looking now, I've never seen this video.
Wait a minute. I asked you previously what kind of injury you had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
I said his face wasn't swollen. I didn't say anything about his lips.
Oh, let me just ask something. In your definition, are the lips a part of the face?
Yes.
So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No, because I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Ill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
And then it's strictly.
You're talking about something different. The testimony was, the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Ills had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
You said he didn't see any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on the side of his face.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this incident?
My only objection would be to the term closed if the witness said he wasn't sure.
You know, that's a speaking objection.
Then
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
Your Honor, fist could be not all the way closed. With a fist, closed fist, and that's what I asked. So
Show me an open fist.
an open fist would be like this, not closed. Can the question be read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong, muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
this is the test.
It's a question, Your Honor.
The other, my objection was to the term closed because he said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
All we asked the question is after the
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll enjoy the action, just.
If he
let's
saw-
get out here.
if he saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
Do that.
And I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously say, when I asked you, that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit it with his hand. I can't tell you the position.
That's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I wouldn't believe he was just acting on. I believe he's punched.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times with a fist by a large and strong individual less than 24 hours before the image was taken?
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person was punched 3 times in the
There should be
face?
a pointer you can use.
I can't really see his whole face, but as we all can see, he has an American flag, which is pretty large, on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip. So
Let's watch a little more. I'm gonna keep stopping it. With what you see now, stop it please. Do you see any evidence in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face with a fist by a strong individual?
well, I see he has a flag, I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag because he's trying to hide something?
That yes, he could be hiding the bruise. We're at a show, so who wants to walk around a 10-year anniversary show with bruises?
Wait, you previously stated before that everybody was dressed in the style. Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with the flag?
So, Live Love ASAP, on the back of the project, there's an American flag, right? So this was a part of the project, you feel me? That's why he had it. So usually Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look, you feel me? But that day, I believe, because Illz got into an altercation, he decided to.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question, when you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
Okay, so let's keep watching the video, and what I want you to do is, I want you to yell stop when you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
You cannot see his whole face, sir.
So listen to my question. I didn't ask you if there were parts of the back of his head or his ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have been punched in the face. Anything?
No.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment. I want to talk about your relationship with Relli.
Yep.
Would you agree that although you've known Relli a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relli?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relli, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good? Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Tacopina,
Yes.
what was your relationship like? And you say, on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Then you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relli. Do you understand that?
It's not like dealing with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with Relli.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relli? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Relli. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
If I did, I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relli, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Relli before because I'm on tour, in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country, I'm in Asia, I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him anymore.
And when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him, I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relli?
No, I never went on tour with Relli. He's not a musician.
So you did go on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes,
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relli or spend with Relli was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
yes,
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
no,
You would not agree with that.
I would not agree.
All right, let's talk about your arrival in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No,
That was double that's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
yes,
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday,
Saturday? And where have you been staying?
downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendant since you've been out here?
No,
Nothing?
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
a few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he's advised by his attorney, to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back, when was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay. So you came out here, by the way, who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Blue.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP, the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky, is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Blue, I'm sorry, I gotta apologize, Mr. Phillips, my hearing
It's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay, so it was ASAP Lou.
Yes.
Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his store manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been your understanding paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no instance. I'm not too sure.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you fly?
I flew.
Business or first class?
It was regular. Like, it was a regular flight.
What, they had to fly coach?
Coach, just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said,
You don't have to answer. You just sustain.
And when did you arrive?
Saturday,
And where you stand right now?
downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your
You
question.
understand?
What was that?
You understand?
We all do.
So, the hotel you're staying at is a nice hotel, it's not gonna be cheap, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume, you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
You know, I'm paying for my own food.
So, they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card on my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're gonna reimburse you, correct?
I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're gonna come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there and I know the truth.
But no, this is my question. You're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying I'll put it on my card. And you're saying, I don't really care about what it's gonna cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's gonna cost, Is that because he's such a close friend of yours?
No, because I also have a manager out here and I have meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings for your career, and then it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
Well, how did they arrange for you to come forward?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were gonna come to court was yesterday?
No, I found out that I was coming to the court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And then, and at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
I also just been working on my artistry.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is another check.
Can I ground you on it?
Exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
Oh, that's an answer.
I'm not overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things. But would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, Phillips, if you can, I'm gonna try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Manners?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing here are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in this case? Is that right?
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
Okay. You mentioned that you have knowledge and experience with prop guns, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
I'm ready.
A gun, okay. How many times?
Maybe 9 shots.
Oh, wait, let me just back up. Meaning, you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And do you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that the semi-automatic has a magazine, something you call a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver?
No.
Wheel, or did it look like what's supposed to be a semi-automatic with a magazine?
It looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
Now, you mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired a prop gun. I mentioned I handled them in my video.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire it?
No.
Is that, did you fire the prop gun in your video?
No.
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
No, that wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fired?
No.
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired, other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I get the word of bless you.
Overall.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I see them playing.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So do you think by looking at it, seeing that you can tell the difference between a prop gun that's supposed to simulate like a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? Do you think, can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation,
Motion to strike is sustained.
So the answer is no.
And you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
yes,
Is that correct? And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
yes.
And are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
Okay, yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the governor's ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that, and then that was the same exact device I seen in LA,
So by a clip, you're just talking about,
a belt clip.
yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Well, if it's a clip, can you explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the weight of the firearm would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Protection from this one.
Relevance?
Yes, I'm an expert. All the speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why he thinks it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I got to cross it.
He says he has no experience with real guns,
Your Honor, he
except that he fired.
No, but I'm asking about the prop gun, and I'm asking him, why is it that he believes it was a prop gun? Let me,
All right, I understand your point.
okay, go ahead. Let me ask you, so here's what I'm asking. You're telling me you saw him with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
Yes,
So my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his belt on the night that this occurred? How do you know it's the same thing?
can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th, just by looking, that that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look did it
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
have? So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine and you're talking about a belt clip, that that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think we should switch it around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You've shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not those were the same guns or not, other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked by the magazine and the color?
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me like, oh, this is.
Most described as non-responsive. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you so.
He told me and I said it.
Okay. But by the way, what if he was lying?
Objection.
Sorry, suspect.
Do you know, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you said, correct?
Correct. But he would have no reason to lie to me. So
He would. So you decided, Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see with my own eyes.
You can see a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I don't. I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
It's time to move on to another topic.
When you
It's time to move on to another topic.
when you use the word prop gun and starter pistol, are you using those terms interchangeably?
I believe prop gun is the section of it, and then starter pistol is under the prop gun. Like I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. Starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Okay, so when you spoke to the defense, did you tell them that Rocky carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those your words?
Yes.
Do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? How it's fired, what happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor, this is sustained.
Your Honor, this has been presented as his statement.
Objection, speaking objective.
That is a summary of his statement.
I'm gonna give this to you again. I want you to review it. And I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not in fact what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
You said that I did not say.
No, that you, yeah, correct. I want you to read this. This is being represented as what you said.
Objection.
A summary of what he said.
I'm sorry.
It's summary, so it's not word for word.
No, correct. There's no quotes. I want you to ask, I want you to read it, I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
That wasn't nothing here.
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said, is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like, I see it as, this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary, I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again, so here's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell them?
No.
So, so at this point, Mr. Phillips, you've now said that this represents, everything in here is what you said. You said there might be things that are not in here that you said, but there's nothing in here that you've read about what you said that you did not in sum and substance say.
Can you rephrase that?
In other words,
understand.
sure, what I'm asking you is, you've read these 12 lines.
Yes.
These 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him.
A summary, yes.
Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No,
So this is this is everything you told him?
pretty much,
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
Objection to relevancy.
On relevance grounds, Your Honor?
Correct. Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevant to objection again.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Ask the question.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky on the prop guns. Do you remember that?
yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about any specific incident, is that right?
Objection,
Well,
relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop. What's this? Stay? It's not relevant. That he doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in it. It's not relevant that he didn't see it. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that this is a complete version of what you told the defense. You just testified.
Not say that.
The mistakes the other, that's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you'd already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky and the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with prop gun. Would you agree that'd be important?
Yes,
So do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is,
What's the matter?
Relevancy.
It's not relevant that it's not in there.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, let me back up. Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
Well, only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, I want you to assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
See, that's a
Also, second issue.
hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relli, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relli knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even who've been murdered?
Objection, level 0.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe, and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing it properly.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They go,
You're getting a little bit loud. Don't sit so close to the mic.
So it's your testimony, though, your prior statements, that Relli knew allegedly this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how if Relli knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relli knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relli sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would agree a prop gun can't hurt him, would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
Well, I would reject what you stated on another speculation.
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relli knew that this was a prop gun, and not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, is so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something effective, put that fake shit away, correct? That's what that's what I do.
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Speculation, Your Honor.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house, so no.
I'm
Let
sorry,
me-
answer this.
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show people's 39, A through F, please. You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been there since a couple times.
So this people's 39, you recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib, he be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic.
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
Oh,
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
meaning oh,
Okay. What's that term from?
Objection, vote.
Your Honor, I'm having this career.
Do you know what that means?
no, I just know it's oh. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know, I could have my own way, but I'm not.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
there was a,
You want to do a sidebar or we can?
yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
Off the record.
Go, what AWG is, and you have said you have no idea, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something, I'm not too sure what I heard, I was listening to.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear what was verbally said, I heard something.
Isn't it true that AUG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Yes.
So a moment ago, when I asked you what AUG was, and you said I have no idea, why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection, this is testimony, Your Honor. That's what it means. Not what it
Yeah,
was.
that was the question. Sustained.
Did you a moment ago testify that you did not know what AUG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I never used the word
You
AUG.
said, well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating. with
What
each other.
I asked you, what does AUG mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means, I don't know what all means.
All right, that's,
Okay. So,
hold up, we'll take a break now, and, this issue's been fully explored.
all right.
Let's break till, no. I'm sorry, 10 to 3, 10 to 3. let you know, if it's relevant, next Wednesday is, court. So, there's a very good chance that you should have the case. Long before then. If you're not finished, you won't have to be here on Wednesday. I think it's Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Oh, Abraham Lincoln. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Mr. Phillips, would you agree that that appears to be the defendant's bedroom as West Hollywood Mile?
I believe so.
I want to show you the next photograph, which is going to be 39B. And this is an image that is taken from behind the bed. It's a little bit hard to see. Do you see the item? Let me bring it up to you. It's my business here. Okay. I want you to look at this item that's in a red square. For the record, I am hitting that pointer. I'm thinking, I'm showing him. I'm showing him this item here. Is that correct, Mr. Phillips? That's what I just showed you on the photo. So you agree it's a little easier to see on this one, on the photo itself rather than the overhead?
Yeah.
You see that? Can you tell me, what does that look like to you?
It looks like a handgun.
Handgun. And you would agree, does this look very similar to the prop gun that you have testified that you saw the defendant in possession of?
Well, no,
How's it different?
it doesn't have the modifications on it.
So what was the modification that the prop gun has that this one doesn't have?
It had like a belt clip, and then they had like I think like a magazine, like a clean magazine hanging.
Okay, let me just ask you, you understand that a belt clip would not be a part of any gun, right? You understand that, right?
If it's modified, then it's an accessory to the gun name. So it's a part of the gun name, yes.
Well, this is what I'm saying. For instance, you're saying the defendant was wearing a belt clip during the incident, right?
Yes,
And you see that he takes the gun out of the belt clip, correct?
well, no. No, I never seen him take the gun out of the belt clip.
This is what I'm telling you. You saw the gun, you've seen the video as an example, the gun is removed, correct? And there's no belt clip that is on the gun when it's in his hand, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you're saying, well, this isn't the same gun because the prop gun had a belt clip, you can have the gun separate from the belt clip, correct?
If you take it off, I'm assuming, but I'm not too sure.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, when you look at that gun itself, other than the belt clip, and the fact that you are saying, you can't see the magazine in that photograph, correct?
No.
Here, let me give it to you right now. Can you see it?
Well, no.
So you would agree that because of this photograph, you cannot see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine would be, correct?
Because of the photograph.
Yeah, right, but you can't see it, right?
No. And then you also can't see the belt clip on the side, so I'm not.
So, but here's what I'm asking you. Because you can't see the entire belt, you can't see the magazine, and you don't know if there's a belt clip, other than that, this gun looks similar to the prop gun that you've seen the defendant with, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't say that.
So what I'm asking though is this gun appears to be a semi-automatic, right? It's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver.
Okay. And the prop gun that you saw was a semi-automatic, correct?
Yes.
What color was the prop gun that you saw the defendant have?
It was black.
And was it black all three times you've seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to go to the next image. By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. Are you following me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasion, correct?
I was never told, I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being victim of violence and home invasion? Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen him and the days that he had secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that would be a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let me just show you the three other photos. So going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic. Do you see at the bottom, can you see what looks like a magazine on the bottom or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay. We go to the next image. This again, next to the bed. And you will see a gun case where you go to the next photo. Inside the gun case by the defendant's bed is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No.
Have you seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in the bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know what those are?
The shell cases or shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay, so what you see here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber 44 Magnum handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
All right, to that objections.
What's the objection?
Clarification on date, on the date.
That's not, I didn't ask for a date. I didn't ask for a single date.
What?
Ambiguous.
Say again?
Ambiguous as to the date.
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a 44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom, so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
So, do you know why, if the defendant was keeping a prop gun for protection against home invasions, that he had a large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Are you aware if a prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that at the time of the incident, that the defendant did not have access to security, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID, is that right?
Yes.
Weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Illz did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relli?
That's, I would object to what Illz and Rakim.
Those are not grounds for objection.
Calls for speculation of the mind of another, so it is around.
The question is not called for speculation, now to he sustained. What's that, Your Honor?
Oh, but wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question and I'm read it back.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relli?
Yes or no?
That's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the La Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
So, is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So, there was no security when the three of you, Ills, and the defendant, met up with Relli, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Cool. So wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been a situation where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed.
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
And when was this?
2018.
And this was in your home, his home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach?
Yes.
So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right? How did you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We were going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Stay at the ground.
Yes, this states the testimony, this is West Palm Beach.
Is that what?
Or you just
It's assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood, it didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. Do you agree, is what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers, do you believe that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Relli in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly.
Well, is that your experience?
Yes.
So my, so my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the complex con event. From there, we left. We were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relli because we had another show the next day, which is complex con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't going to be any issue. You know, these are friends. We've been friends for the past 20 years.
But you indicated he's gonna be out on a public street in Hollywood where he's a well-known individual.
Yes.
And don't you agree that given what you've said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
He's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relli was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on to another topic.
Now, you said it was, it said that it wasn't really backup. You said that ASAP Relli knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, was it common knowledge as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a rocket?
Yes.
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was the common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried a rocket based on what you know, general reputation?
Pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a problem, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carried a rocket, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and Relli was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm going to motion to strike, the second part is non-responsive.
Everything after no is good.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So I want to start at the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room, yeah.
You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yes.
How'd you get out here?
Like,
Did you go commercial?
it was a regular flight. It wasn't first class. It was just a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
No.
No. All right, so you fly out, when do you land?
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the first and the second and the 7th?
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, you know, whether we were creating or just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Love ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel.
Correct.
Yes.
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was Ills there too?
Yes.
What about Relli?
No.
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. were you aware of any issues between Relli and the defendant on November 6th?
Rephrase that.
So were you aware of any problems between Relli and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they were trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't it true that the two of them were having issues with each other?
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't a problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication, and they needed to communicate.
Please answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relli?
No,
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relli had toward Mr. Mayers?
no.
So, how was it that you, Illz, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relli near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Ills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Farm. So whoever was gonna be there was gonna be with us regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayer's idea to meet up with Relli?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relli because we had a show the next day. He wanted Relli to be there.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up? I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relli?
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to, I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro, he just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were gonna speak. The next day was the show, everything was just gonna be great. It was gonna be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence has demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant to Relli. The defendant's part of it is what is in gray and the victim is in blue. Are you aware? Well, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day.
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person he sent it to?
No, because actually I keep typing all caps, so it's like, nah, this is regular. Let's get to it. Stop looking at my calls. He's calling. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and everything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relli's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
Okay. And would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay. Other than trying to fix things between them, et cetera, and talk, do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have a amazing show the next day at Conference Con. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relli not to be there, but he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relli was supposed to perform there?
Relli is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to
He's supposed to be there. Like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me? But he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relli was supposed to be there, how do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relli was invited, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Relli has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure. But it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it would be odd if the defendant is upset with it?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So this is my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relli, that you would not be surprised if Relli was not asked?
Rephrase that for me, please.
So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relli. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relli wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not up here to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So I'm asking you, so listen, I'm gonna have testified before. So when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. When I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relli. If the defendant was upset with Relli, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relli to the show?
Objection. 2 grounds of relevant cause of speculation.
I want to start with the incident by the parking garage.
Yes.
You would agree that there were 3 of you there, yourself, AP Illz, and Mr. Mayor, and that Relli was by himself, correct?
Yes. But I wouldn't say he by himself, we all part of the same collective.
Do you recall yourself, prior to the meeting, do you recall yourself trying to call or text Relli when the defendant could not get hold of him?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relli when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to him?
Well, for one, we are all, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relli was because you believe that Relli was ducking the defendant's calls. You didn't want to talk to him, right?
Can you rephrase that?
So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relli trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like, because he did it. Relli is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant who you're in the car with can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relli, correct?
Yes, I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
From my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond?
Yes.
So you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan, the situation before was for Rocky to converse with Relli. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop, because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had the prop gun.
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
In his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation,
Okay, so,
like in his possession.
so you
because
said
of
he
the-
had it earlier that day.
Yes, the ASAP Blue had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing. So he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and, get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Blue.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Blue with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him, no. I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Blue, the gun that he had, was the same gun that the defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's gonna happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. We together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No,
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
no, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Relli picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other where they were going to be, so you can meet up. It wasn't no yelling, it wasn't like that.
Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
Couldn't. I think I couldn't really hear Rel, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And Rocky and Relli had a relationship for years. Relli was viewed as Relli the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at? Like, let me see where you at. Like, show me your room." And I guess bro acted like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Relli and Rocky leading up to this first incident was completely friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day, regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there
Yeah.
anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music. You feel me? So that was cool. It was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically, you had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Ills, who got out of the car? What made you remember that, do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the back and they're the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you
It was like a black truck.
in? Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a 4-door, like big body black truck.
Right, so you're basically like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the two doors in the back is for the two passengers in the back. And it's a seat that's behind there. And I was sitting right behind my two bros in the back, and they were sitting in the two seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out, and how long after you get out is it that you see Relli coming up?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car
Yes.
or the truck,
Mhm.
how long after that is it before you see Relli coming up?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, it was a Rocky because I got out last, you feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relli, how far away was he from the closest of the three of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the three of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
So it's your testimony that, based on where you positioned, that you don't think Relli knew you were there until after the incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at least in terms of position, you believe he would have been able to see Ills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relli comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, was there something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, I done worked out with Relli, so I know him. And his movement, he got a little more pep in his step than usual. And he's coming down, like it's big like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his vibe, a little more momentum. He comes down, and as soon as he meets up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel, and as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that they were completely joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relli was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So it's your testimony that Relli comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say grab, what hand you grab with?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started because he got him by his I think his hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie over or he's just trying to kind of have Rocky in the air dangle. I see that's what he was doing.
Well, let me stop. You said he grabbed with one hand.
Yeah.
Now you're gesturing like he's grabbing with two hands. How many hands he grabbing?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one
He
hand?
started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed him with his left hand, I believe.
And do you know whether Relli's right or left-handed?
I believe Relli's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed him with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
So let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion strike everything after an hour.
You're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him explain the answer. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. Let's move it along. Go ahead.
So when this incident started, where were you standing?
I was behind.
And how far away were you from Relli and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to get up to them and get in the middle. So I wasn't that close. Even in the video, you see I put my hand on Relli last to move out the way. So that's, as I said before about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Illz got out first, because they were already closer to Relli than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact, Mr. Mayor grabbed Relli's left arm before Relli ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky just gonna grab Relli, you feel me? And I don't think he grabbed Relli first. Relli grabbed Rocky.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relli is physically stronger. If Relli and Rocky are gonna fight, Relli's gonna win, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relli and Rocky are gonna fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relli on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree. Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or she described the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying
No
earlier,
question, Benny. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relli is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Motion to
Rocky.
strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move.
Your Honor,
I need to move this along.
I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
Rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you,
Yes or no?
when you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relli was grabbing and picking up Rocky. And Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relli is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So, being that it was a belt clip, his belt, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop took fall. He never pulled the prop out.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his head?
I did not see him remove it. I see him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw the gun was when it was being put back?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage. This is gonna be People's 15 combined surveillance video, and we're gonna show the first incident. So what I'm gonna do very much like Ms. Tacopina did, I'm gonna run it through one time so you can see it. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions about it, so I want you to watch it. you seen that portion of the video?
A couple times.
Well, you've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. Like,
Maybe
not more than 10. Maybe just a few times.
Or is it a couple or is it 10?
I said I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I've only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw the video?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TMZ.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relli walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Mayor?
Can we rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm gonna ask you, in a moment, I'm gonna ask you, who was it, Relli or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange?
No problem.
I want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relli and the defendant, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relli and Relli grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is Relli putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back and then he automatically goes to grab Rocky. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. Would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relli, and Relli has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relli being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not gonna say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance, a stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relli is,
Yes.
how strong the defendant. If the defendant, if Relli, based on your experience with him, had wanted to attack the defendant, had wanted to push him back, and wanted to hit him, you would agree Relli is big enough and strong enough to have done it, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry, that's Ills, excuse me. I apologize. That is AP Illz, right?
Yes.
And go back. What did you just see Ills do in the video?
I see Illz trying to defuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relli and Rocky off each other. Because right before you hit this clip, you can see Relli with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the video?
That's
Stop. From the only 2 or 3 times you watched it.
no, I just seen that.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please. Watch. So I want you to watch Ills. Stop. Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relli, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and that the defendant continues to go towards Relli?
objection on it is a compound.
Wait a second, look.
It's compound, sustain.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor, I'll do one at a time then. Okay, back it up. What does Relli do? Stop. Right now, would you agree, Ilz is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relli. Ilz is not between the two of them. The defendant is between, is that correct?
No, because this is Rocky on one end, Relli is on the other end. Ilz has both his hands basically getting in the middle to break it up.
Wait a minute. Can you point with your pointer there? Point to where Ilz is. Point to where the defendant is. Point to where Relli is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ilz is between the defendant and Relli when Ilz is on the other side of the defendant?
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of it.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do. Listen to my question.
But he is getting in the middle.
Do you agree that this video shows Ilz not between the defendant and Relli, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is, so it's your belief that this video does not show Ilz behind the defendant? No. Okay? We go back slightly. Stop. You agree Relli has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling Rocky.
Okay, so whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that Ilz is not between the two of them?
This isn't the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind.
Okay, so right now you agree Ilz is behind, right?
It was behind, right?
Okay, now we're gonna keep the clip going. Stop. Is Ilz still behind?
See, now, it was just behind him, trying to pull him away from Relli. And in this photo, you can see Relli with his hand around Rocky.
Okay, I want, you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, Ilz is trying to pull the defendant off of Relli, correct?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relli, while Relli is grabbing the defendant by the neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows Ilz trying to get the defendant off of Relli, yes or no?
I'm not saying no, I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky a certain dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the
Motion
to
strike
the
is non-responsive.
Ask another one.
Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relli trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking, but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, we missed, he was choking, Relli was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
That's, if you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relli choking the defendant?
What I said was,
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court, ever, that you saw Relli choking the defendant?
no, because I never seen.
Motion to strike everything after no. Do you agree that Relli at this point in time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Illz, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relli and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relli?
Objection mark, speculation, still.
Please quit. Stop. Do you agree that what you just showed shows Illz backing Relli up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relli is considerably bigger and stronger than Illz as well?
Yes.
Do you agree that knowing Relli and knowing Illz and knowing the strength between them, that if Relli had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
Possibly.
Possibly? I'm asking you, from what you've seen, does it look like Relli is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was doing.
So at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Let's run it, please. Did you see the gun?
So yeah.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand, yes.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At this point in time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relli with a gun in his hand, and that Illz is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relli?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand, is moving aggressively toward Relli, and that Illz is trying to prevent Relli from getting close to the defendant? I'm sorry, they're trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relli.
You have to rephrase it because
Okay, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree, at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
Okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Illz and Relli?
Well, in this clip, because Relli was already grabbing him and kind of like, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just see Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. Just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here. He could have been backed up against the side of the garage wall. And he was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad
He's
situation?
just trying to get himself up out of here. He doesn't have the prop on Relli. He's not pointing the prop at Relli. He's not doing anything like that. So
Let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
Objection, speculation.
You were at the scene
yes, I was.
when the defendant is moving towards Relli with a gun. Was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your position that the defendant did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relli pushed him under the garage. The garage it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got from under the garage so he could be able to get up out of it.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant has his finger on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this video.
I do not see that.
Well, let's run it again. Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger?
I see his hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger. No.
So, at this point in time, is this when Relli yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, "Put that big ass gun away."
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
Yes,
Relli knows it's a fake gun.
yes, I believe that.
Okay,
Yes.
continue. Stop it. Do you know what the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that he just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline and he was leaving.
When did you see him put it back?
Well, when I was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulled it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a few minutes, so it's more needs. So the gun is out.
Yes.
My question is not, what did he do when he put it back? He pulled the gun out and he goes off screen towards Relli. What did he do with the gun when he went off screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
Yes.
I didn't see him going string going towards him.
Watch. There he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point when we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we've just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Look, can we rewatch the video?
Sure. I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't witness this through much video. We just did.
Keep watching.
You know, you just pause it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the
No,
proper weight.
Mr. Phillips, I'm going to show you what I want to show.
Go
So
ahead, show Mr. Phillips what you want.
I just showed you that image. My question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I believe he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted it, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relli, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure, the prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me? So he didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have pulled it out with his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? I get you.
I only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last thing to show you, I want you to see when the gun first comes out, when we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching, gun is stopped, the gun is out right now, do you agree?
Yes.
It's in the defendant's hand. Do you agree?
Yes,
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
the gun, it would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip, so I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling. He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is, that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down, and unintentionally grabbed the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom doors. Everybody can start at 10. Sure. All right. 10 o'clock, everybody? I know it's 10 o'clock. All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case with yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday.
With Monica after you returned to Canada after your brother's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with her every week?
Pretty much every week, yes.
And you already told us that you followed her Instagram account. In terms of the conversations that you had with the defendant after that date, was there a particular topic that seemed to come up every time you spoke with her?
Yes, it was always, it would start with, did you get any information from the police officer? Do they have any leads? Is there anything that they have any answers to? And she says no. And I would say, I want to call, I want to talk to them.
No, you're not on the record.
No.
You have something or do you have something?
I do.
You have something.
And then I'm going to ask all of you.
Okay.
I always do when we
Oh, great.
All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lewin, you've been questioning the witness for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Your Honor, they have.
You have 90 minutes remaining. You have 90 more minutes. I'm controlling the progress of the case. That means over 4 hours with this witness.
Your Honor,
You have 90 minutes remaining.
Your Honor, I've got an ethical duty to actually effectively prosecute this
And
case.
you're gonna have to do it in 90 minutes.
Your Honor, the court's gonna do what it's gonna do, but at least
Right.
allow me to be heard. I
Go
mean,
ahead, say what you want to say.
They had the witness, the victim, on the stand for 3 days. They asked him question after question about his income, about more irrelevancies than I can add up. I'm going through video where the witness is impeaching himself left and right on the central issues in this case. And the court is saying, you gotta hurry up. Your Honor, we have to be able to do our job. I'm not wasting time. I am asking questions that are getting important information. And when the court didn't limit them at all. This witness is as important as the victim indication.
The reason Relli took so long is because he was so uncooperative and he would not answer a question. This witness is answering questions. Over 4 hours is enough. You have 90 minutes remaining. Just use your time wisely. That's it, 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half more. I'm sure you can get it done in that time. Oh, anything?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor. Any, Mr. Selk, anything?
No.
Mr. Lewin, anything more?
No.
All right, see you at 10 o'clock on Monday.
You won't use that, what, your clock, right?
I can't, what?
You won't use that, what, your clock?
Yeah, can we get to time?
Yeah, bro.
Bro, she took
Get
it.
that, nigga.
She
Thank
took
you,
it.
bro.
I told you, bro. Fucking bro.
There we go.
Hang
All right, guys.
on.
Yeah, what's up? I'm closing out. See you guys later.